Good morning, everybody. We're back with another SDtv Live. Aaron, as always, is here to break things down for us this morning. Aaron, go ahead and take it away.
Good morning, everybody. Evan, what's up, man? Good to see you bright and early. Nice. Good to see you, Mr. Wilf. What's up? Miss Tomika, always a pleasure. How are you? Lyle, good morning. Hope things are going well out west. Miss Amanda, how are you? Miss Amanda, I heard a little birdie told me, are you in Miami right now? Are you vacationing? I happened to see something. Mr. Paz, good morning. You are nice. Well, enjoy. Enjoy. All right. Everybody ready to go? Give everybody a couple minutes here or a couple seconds here. We do have news today at 8:30. It's been raining so long here. I'm going to build an ark this afternoon. At least it's warm. All right. Okay, let's get started, guys. All right, so starting off on news. If I can find it. There it is. All right. So we've got our unemployment claims this morning at 8:30. Okay. They're forecasting 215, and as we know, it's never forecasted correctly. These little dots or these little hashes are the forecast, and then the bar is where we actually come in. So you can see they're always off. But forecasting at 215, that would put us up here. All right. Remember, Wall Street considers 3 data points a trend. So that would be 1, 2, if we actually land at 215. But we'll see. We'll see. We don't really, we care about the news, obviously. We just want to see how the market responds to it. All right. But then going into tomorrow, Friday, casual Friday, plenty of news at 8:30 to keep us busy. The big one is this non-farm employment change. You'll hear people call this NFP, non-farm payroll. That's what it used to be called. All right. So could have a very volatile Friday morning. All right. So we'll see here in a few where this comes in, how the market responds to it. Now, on our Fed Fund futures, again, we have moved, unless this has changed in the past 5 minutes. That rate cut now has been pushed back again to September. Okay, remember yesterday it was in July. The day before that it was in September. Move back to September now. All right, so we'll see. Obviously, a lot of this can change, but a lot of this is obviously based on crude oil. And we'll get to crude oil here in a bit. But move back out to September. Now, remember, Warsh comes in between these two meetings. Powell's out in May, right? But remember, next week is our FOMC week, right? So, wait, 18th. Am I missing a week somewhere? No, sorry, 2 weeks. Yeah, next week is the week before FOMC. So our pre-FOMC week next week, and then the 18th is our meeting. All right, but just interesting, got pushed back out again to September. All right. Morning, Darren. Okay, so let's get to it. Been a pretty decent week here, guys, as far as things being technical. A lot of movement. Okay, there we go. All right, so starting off on the VIX. All right, VIX futures. Good morning, Omar. Remember where we are, okay? That's not the VIX. This is the ES. Let's get back to the VIX here. Here we go. All right, zooming out. Remember, this is VIX futures, not VIX index. This is the leading indicator for our U.S. indices. Okay, runs inverse. VIX down, indices up, VIX up, indices down. All right, so again, trading view, you might not have these exact prints, but just go off the numbers that I tell you. Morning, RC. Back in April, that April high, that little explosion we had, from the 44s down to the 15s, remember, there's that resistance level. All right. And that's what we ran into earlier in the week. All right. And then we started breaking long setups. Okay. Remember, as long as we're in longs, we're going to keep going up in longs, no matter what we run into. Well, this resistance, we were in these extension longs here, and we were in a straight up or not at all scenario, and those broke. Okay. And we are holding shorts now, leading us back down. And even overnight, okay, we have held this first pullback right here from these 2490s to these 2135s. All right. That did not hit its target. Okay, these targets were down at 2050. Remember, we were talking about this yesterday. We came, depending on how you round, we came 3 or 4 ticks away. We consider 2 ticks away as a level is traded. So here's our next measured move inside of that. Okay, right there. So that's what we're watching going into the morning. Okay, but the other side of this, right, is we've got these longs from lows that still haven't broken. Okay, these are down from these 1580s that we've been using, which seems like since ancient times. But from those 1580s, we had our pullback, target, pullback, targets, pullback, targets, right? That's just that's the halfway back. Okay, down at these 2035s. Okay, so we've run into that, obviously. Okay, we've run into this. So what we're going to watch going into the morning are these 2240s, 2234, round up to 35, add a tick, 40. So we're going to be watching these 2240s. 22, if we break the 40s, we can squeeze all the way up here, right? Which the indices will be falling, right? Remember, the indices are going to move further, farther, faster to the downside. VIX only has to move a couple ticks, right? It's just about direction. So that's what we're going to be watching. Do we hold these smaller pullbacks, this little worker bee move inside of this larger one to lead us down to targets? We'll see, right? We'll see. But we've got a massive support level below us. Okay. So we'll see. So that's what we're watching going into the morning here. So we are in shorts leading us down, but we've got to get through eventually. We've got to get through this long setup, right? And just on the chance that the VIX starts to melt, a break of this long, let me make sure I'm giving you the right number here. 80, get up there, there we go. Yeah, 1928, round down, 25, subtract a tick, 20. So we'd have to break the 20s. All right, and if we break the 20s, then we can fall all the way down to the 1580s, and the indices would probably be at new all-time highs. Morning, Art. Morning, Jeremy. Okay, excuse me. So that's what we're looking at going into the morning right here. Okay, so you can see there's a little bit of a battle over the trend here, right? We got these longs from lows, and then we got these shorts from highs. All right, so kind of smack in the middle right now. Okay, and we'll get into the gap fill in a second and how this affects the gap fill. But that's where we're sitting. Any questions on where we are right there? Morning, Idris. Hey, good to see you. Idris from across the pond. How are you? Okay, any questions on where we are here, guys? That was our little reprieve that we've gotten so far. So we'll see if it continues. Right? We see the VIX roll over, indices are going to scream higher. Okay? Same thing the opposite way. Now there's pretty much exactly the inverse of these draws on the indices. I'll show you that in a second. Luke, good morning. All right, everybody good? Everybody good on where we are? Okay, cool. All right. Moving on to our financials. Now, bank, again, same exact spot as we were yesterday. We're still in these massive long setups from October 15th to our highs. All right. There's our pullback. But again, we have not broken out of short setups. Look at that. Is that just like, look at those 2 days in a row? Almost exactly the same. Right. So remember, banks rising, right? That's a tailwind for the indices. Positive environment, they're free to go, free to rally. Okay, if bank is falling, doesn't mean the indices are going to go down. It just means there's a boat anchor, right, attached to them. Real hard to go up, easier to go down. Okay, it doesn't move tick for tick. All right, but there's that short from the 26th, February 26th, down here to our lows on April, not even in April, March 2nd. Okay, it's just uncanny. They're so identical. And remember, bank's just an index. It isn't traded, right? It isn't traded. So, it doesn't have to be exactly technical. All right. I'm trying to think of what picture that looks like. I don't know. Tamika, does this look like any sort of picture? I don't know. Anyway, I'll keep my brain on track here. So there we go. So we'll see where we open up, what direction we get moving. Now, could there be these long from lows that hold us up? There could be, but we have no proof that anything's going to be there. Right? We have no proof anything's going to be here. Right? Because we traded the short first. See what I mean, Tamika? It could look like something. I don't know. Anyway, we'll move past that for now. We'll what do they say? We'll put a pin in that and come back to it later. Okay. So there's our financials. We'll see where we open up and which direction we get moving. So here's the ES. All right. Now, depending on how you look at this, all right, we've got these longs from lows. A rainbow that got drunk. That's very good. That is solid work out of you this morning, Tamika. And it's early. You're going to have a fantastic day if your brain's working that fast already. Well done. Well done, ma'am. All right. So we're still in these massive extension longs, right? We still got those 71.40 targets up here we've had, again, since ancient times. All right. Yes, you'll derail the morning. We're teetering on the edge of the rails right now, Amanda. So we're trying to keep her on there. We're trying to keep her on there for the next 30 minutes. All right. Where's Edward? There's Edward. Hi, Edward. So we've got this smaller move inside of that larger extension. Now, you can make the case that broke. You can't. It did, right? I don't even mean make the case. It actually did. But again, we'll let the VIX be our guide because the ES can play little, tricks and traps. Okay. Now, the one thing I wanted to show you guys. All right, if we look at the S&P 500. All right. Look at that. It didn't break. Okay. Didn't break on the S&P. So interesting, right? Interesting. Anyway, so we're going to not get too excited about that little break yet. Okay. Not going to get too excited about that. All right. But what we're watching for here, so if we did break that, right, here's the short from highs. Okay. Here's the short from highs from, what is that? January 28th, right? Highs to lows. That's the halfway back we've slammed into. Okay. So did we break the long? And this is the first pullback after that trend broke. Could be. We're not 100% sure yet. We'll let the VIX be our guide. So going into the morning, the VIX continues up out of this, right? And holds this support. And we lift off, break those 40s and continue and start a trend higher. Then yeah, the indices are going to fall. VIX rolls over and holds these shorts that it's in, right? Then obviously the indices are going to grind higher. So not that we're in no man's land right now, but we just want to make sure that we're not thinking too much. I know that sounds weird, but we want to make sure we're not thinking too much and just let price tell us what we're supposed to do here. Okay, so inverse of the VIX, right? Here's our first pullback yesterday, right there. And here's inverse of what the VIX is in right now. Just going up in these stair steps here, just a series. Okay, just directly inverse the VIX. So what we'll look at this morning, here's the gap fill. All right, 68.73. Look at what we've done this morning. There's 20 points. That was Europe. All right, 20 points into the fill. And now we're overshooting it. Oh, we just had our news. Let's see where that came in. Where did it come in? Forecast 215 came in at 213, so that you could consider that a beat. But we'll see how the market responds to it. All right. And remember, there's plenty of geopolitical stuff going on to keep us on our toes. Okay, so that's our news for today. All right, that's our news for today. Is that Tamika's new nickname now, Ed? Welcome, Drunken Rainbow. Always a pleasure. What's up? What's up? Drunken Rainbow. It's kind of a mouthful, though. All right, anyway, so, all right. Did you see the guy, speaking of Jägermeister, sorry, Tamika put that up there. Did you see the guy that got in so much trouble? Because this was on Halloween and it just came out. He dressed up like a terrorist, like had like a bomb vest on, but it was just a bunch of Jaeger bottles with wires to it, and he called himself Jaeger Bomb. Did you see that? Oh, yeah. I don't know, people. Anyway, I found that just comical, the way people's brains work. Yeah. It's a Jaeger Bomb. Anyway, all right. Never a dull moment. Never a dull moment. Okay, so gap fill. Look at what contained us this morning, 20 points, and we overshot, and now we're down at the 20 points below, and we're through our news. Okay, we're through our news. That's what I thought, Amanda. Brilliant. Like, good thinking, sir. Did you see that, RC? All right. Okay, so now we're at our 20 points below. So what we're going to watch here is if we open up within these 20 points, right? Got about a 70% chance or better of this gap filling, even higher for the half, right? We open outside of these 20 points. Okay, more than likely what's going to be happening is we're going to fall back down into support, and the VIX is going to be squeezing into this resistance level. And we don't know if it's going to go through it or not. We'll have to see when we get up here. Okay. So that's how we're going to use that. So even if we open outside of the 20 points, if the VIX gets here and sells off again, then that's going to act as, a support level that's going to lead or send the indices in the direction of the fill. Okay. So that's how we're going to look at that this morning. But right now, yes, we are right at those 20 points. Where is the VIX right now? It's got just a little bit of room. So we'll see. I mean, we've still got about an hour till the open. So we'll see. We'll see. Remember, those probabilities are from when we open, right? Or where we open. Okay. Oh, was it RC? I didn't see that part. I just saw it briefly. It was fully functional. Gotcha. Jeez. The way people's brain work. All right. So we could, in an hour, we could make this pullback, right? VIX could squeeze, start to roll back over, right? And then see where we open up, right, at 9:30. All right. Okay. All right, so there we go. Any questions, guys? Any questions on the fill? This is one of those we just kind of got to be patient and let the VIX do its thing, right? Because if it keeps creeping higher, obviously we're going to keep going down until it finds resistance. All right. Where's 30? 53.40. I'm going to put 30 up here. There we go. Oh man, look at that. Almost. Okay, so there's 30 points. So we know probability wise, if we open between 20 and 30, we've got about a 50-50, a coin flip, no edge. But if we open outside of these 30, that's going to be a little sketch. Okay, that would be a gap and go type scenario. All right, so it's all going to depend right here to see if we run into resistance first. Okay. All right, so there we go. There we go. All right, moving on. Everybody good? Everybody good? Just kind of waiting, right? Just kind of waiting to see. 30 is the new 20. That's right, Ed. Well done. Okay. All right. All right. Moving on. Okay, NASDAQ. Same thing. We're at these massive longs, right? These massive weekly longs down here. All right, but we haven't broken that short from highs. Okay, it's like the ES from January 28th to February 5th. Okay, so you can see this is starting to become a really big range here. All right, now those same longs, or I should say the same shorts that the VIX had, right? Here's that long. It looks a little different. This was the first one. This is the second one. Looks a little different on the NASDAQ, but that's what we're watching. So we'll just let the ES gap fill and the VIX be our guide here on the NASDAQ for this morning, right? The ES opens up and starts to head towards the fill. NASDAQ's going with it. We open outside of those 30 and the VIX is rising, then yeah, we can fall straight through this. All right, so we'll just let the VIX and the ES gap fill be our guide here. Okay. All right, moving on to the YM and the Russells. Okay, here's the YM. Remember, the YM is trading that weekly long here. This is a weekly long setup down here, this big one. All right, but here's those Thursday highs to lows that are still holding on the NASDAQ or on the YM. Remember, we had these Thursdays highs to lows. All right, we hit a target right there. Bam, bam, profit taking. Here's the next one. All right, so could there be this long from lows? Yeah, there could be. Right? There could be a long from lows here, but we're going to obviously we don't have bank open right now. Remember, the YM and the Russells are the most sensitive to banks movement. So, anytime we're looking at these to make it easy on ourselves, right? If you're intraday trading these, then you're going to want to see where bank opens up, what direction it gets moving. Okay. But you can see, I mean, the trend is still down. Right? The trend is still down, just like on bank. Bank hasn't broken out of those shorts yet. But we'll see if it does. Right? We will see if it does. Okay? So there's the YM. Not a whole lot to report here, just continuing to hold these shorts. Okay? Russells. Now, you could make the case that the Russells has been the strongest, okay, of the indices recently. Here's the long that we haven't quite gotten to. All right, and that's from November 21st. Lows to highs, right? And look at the Russells here. Okay, it's been holding these long setups and it's been almost perfect, right? Coming off of our lows, right? Boom, right to our target, profit taking. So this would be our next long setup. But again, we got to watch bank, right? We want to see where if bank opens up and sells off, we don't want any part of looking long on the Russells. No. All right, no. Okay, but we did break that short setup, right? We have broken these shorts right here. So we'll see. We will see. Again, just watch bank. That's going to be the easiest way. Easiest way to look at this. Okay? But that would be the next long setup right there. Those 2600s. Okay. Larger draw on NQ on the 4 hour. Yep. Oh, are you talking about this this larger daily support? Yep. That is from, I think it's April something. No, it's not. December 16th of 24. December 16th of 24 to October 25. Pullback was briefly sloppy. We're not going to get excited about that back in November last year. But traded it there, traded it there. So there's the big old sneaky snake we're building on top of an extension right there. That's what that is. Hopefully that's what you were asking for. Hopefully that's what you were asking for. All right. Got it, Amanda? Was that what you were asking? Hopefully. Okay, perfect. All right. Any questions, guys? VIX Bank indices? Look at the dollar. Look at the dollar. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Good. Okay. All right, moving on. Bitcoin. Now, Bitcoin broke that extension short yesterday. Okay, from those November 21st lows to lows, it broke that. So we know our next pullback is up here. This is from those October 6th all-time highs to lows, right? And we're just in these counter trends leading us back up into resistance. Now, these counter trends, here's the series. All right, we had our first pullback off of these lows, right? We went to and through that target. So here's the extension that we're currently holding from March 2nd, 10 a.m. to highs. Okay, and we haven't broken that. All right, it's defending as of right now. Okay, if we do break that, more than likely, we're going to make this, we're coming halfway back. Now, there could be another support level above us, but that's what we're going to look at right now. Okay, but if these extensions hold, we get to targets, right? Only one of two things happens when we get to a target. Either we go through it, draw a new extension, or we roll back over and just go same anchor, new high. Okay, so there we go. All right, but as of right now, we're defending that. As of right now, we're defending that. Now we're gonna have to watch the dollar because Bitcoin's starting to get that negative correlation with the US dollar, so we'll have to see here. Okay, so there's Bitcoin. Nothing's really changed since yesterday. All right, now crude oil. All right, star of the show. Okay, crude oil, obviously everything going on in the world, crude oil screaming higher. All right, look at that. Okay, bullish. I'd just say up. Now, here's where we are in our series of measured moves. Okay, we're in this extension long from January 29th highs to our highs here on March 3rd. Tamika is always the star of the show, Ed. There's that pullback. There's that extension long, right? Now we're watching off of that for these worker bee moves, smaller moves inside of a bigger one, because there's the targets up at 80.69. Okay. Here's the next measured move right here. Right. Broke the first time, but then we made a new high, so we can reactivate that. There we go. Almost to the tick. That's pretty cool. So there's the long that we're currently in, leading us up into these larger targets. All right. So we'll see if we can get through those highs, but that's right where we are. All right. It's in a bid. Crude oil's in a bid, obviously. Okay. All right. Not a whole lot to do right here at this moment, unfortunately. Crude oil is kind of a pickle like that. Like a lot of times it makes its important pullbacks and stuff during Europe. But we'll just have to be on guard for any opportunities. Right. This happened at 4 a.m. Okay. All right, so there's crude oil. Now, moving on to gold and silver. Gold and silver, you know, they're not immune to a dollar strength trade, right? And we're in dollar strength right now. And you can see gold and silver, they're not bearish, but they're struggling, right? And that's how we have to look at it, right? It doesn't mean that they're going to go down if we have a dollar strength trade. It just means that they're struggling to go up, right? Struggling to go up. So here's gold, right? Zoom out a little bit. There we go. Okay, so the larger extension long we're in is from April 21st to our highs on January 26th, April 21st of 25 of last year. Well, it couldn't be April 21st of this year, could it, Ed? No, it could not. So glad I clarified that. April 21st of last year to our highs. All right, and that's our pullback. Okay, so that's got targets up at 61.25. Okay, now what we're following inside of this, okay, so there's that much larger long setup right there. Okay, inside of this, right, we traded support, broke the short, right, and then we dropped the long. And there's the long. We haven't officially gotten down here and traded it yet. What we're watching and what will confirm support is same thing. We're going to trade support, and then we haven't broken this short yet. Okay, so once we do break that, if we do break that short, then that will confirm that we've traded support. We can buy pullbacks, keep on trucking to the upside. All right. Okay, there we go. And we were watching this yesterday. I don't think this is broken yet, but we were getting tighter and tighter in here. Nope. Look at that. Stick saved at 61.8. Say that 10 times fast. Stick saved at 61.8. Or did it? It's real close. No, it looks like it pierced, didn't it? Oh wait, if I draw this right, it hasn't. There we go. I think that's our first pullback there. All right, so we'll be on the safe side here. We'll stay on the conservative side. So drawing from these lows Tuesday to this high, there's our first pullback. Didn't hit the target. We ran into resistance. Boom, boom. We just don't want to misidentify a trend break. All right, so we're going to call this stuck right here. Okay. Remember, gold and silver normally, you know, are chopping around, and then the end of the week they trend. Just kind of the nature of those. Thanks, Amanda. Be safe. Enjoy Miami. All right. So there we go. There's gold. Now moving on to silver. Okay. There's silver. Silver's in the massive long, right? Halfway back on forever. That's what that long is. Basically, if you draw from the low of silver at $11 to the high, that's what gives you this. And here's that short from above that still hasn't broken, right? It's from the 29th, January 29th down here to February 2nd. All right, still hasn't broken, still hasn't hit its target. So it's just right there. Then we got the long from lows that we've had forever, right there. And then we've got this short from highs. Okay, so you can see this is where we are, right? And with the dollar strength, it's going to make it hard for these guys to go up. Now, if we go into dollar weakness trades, heads up, everything's going to fly. Everything priced in US dollars is going to fly. Yes, they do, Tamika. Yes, they do. We need that dollar, man. We need that dollar strength, or that we need that dollar weakness. Need that dollar weakness, because then everything's going to take off. Okay, so precious metals just going sideways right now. All right, so onto the dollar. Speaking of the dollar, onto the dollar. All right, so here's DXY, not the dollar. A bunch of different currencies put together. This is just an index, okay? But here's the extension long, February 5th to highs. There's the extension, and it's holding, okay? Right there. It's defending. All right. Next stop, we got to get through the short, right? Got to get through the short. If we break that short, then we can draw lows to highs, start looking for pullbacks. All right, but this is all dollar strength. All dollar strength right now. Putting a headwind against the precious metals, putting a headwind against the indices, right? Making it tough for both of them, for the precious metals and the indices. Okay. All right. So dollar yen. Look at this guy. Bam. All right. Now this broke. This next long, it did break by a pip, by 1 pip. Every now and then, it's not common, but every now and then things can be sloppy. And this was sloppy by 1 pip. Okay. But when that happens and then we break the short, then we're just considering it sloppy. All right, so we broke the short from highs, so we're going to continue to watch these pullbacks. Right, there was number one. We're going to continue to watch these pullbacks as long as we don't get to these highs first. All right, dollar strength, all dollar strength. Okay, euro, all dollar strength. Now the euro, this is what we're waiting, what I'm kind of waiting on, and I hope I'm not waiting forever. But very well could be. Thanks, Peter. See you, buddy. Okay, here's the extension long. I know that's messy. Don't worry about it. From just showing you the anchor. January 23rd of 2023. January 23rd, 2023 to highs. Okay, that's what is giving me this. Excuse me. All right, that's that. Okay. Now we're in this extension short, and it has not broken. Okay, we were taking a run at it yesterday, and we didn't break. So that extension shorts from February 5th to our lows, right there. All right, right there. So we're going to watch this like a hawk here. It's in shorts. Don't get me wrong. It's in shorts. These shorts have a target down at 147. Okay, but if this breaks, we could have a trend to trade for months. We could have a brand new trend to trade for months, but we'll see. We'll see. Right now, just sideways, but we did break the opposing. I believe we did. We did break the opposing. Oh no, we haven't. Never mind. We haven't broken the opposing long yet. So we can get there's where we're stuck right here. All right, just DXY, just inverse of the euro, right? So there we go. All right, there we go. This rising dollar weakness, this falling dollar strength. That dollar strength putting a headwind against the indices and the precious metals right now. Okay, we're in that negative correlation. All right, so let's see where we are. VIX getting up here to highs. It's kind of what we were hoping for, right? So maybe a little bit more. All right, there's the ES. So think about this scenario for a gap fill, right? We continue to fall, okay, or at least a half gap fill. We continue to be weak, right? And the VIX squeezes into these highs. VIX sells off at these highs, right? Or at least stops going up at these highs. That would put the ES down, I don't know, somewhere in here, right? We open within 30, and we know we have a 50-50 shot at the full, but we know we have a much higher probability for the half. So that would be a great entry into the fill right there. Not so much right there, but right here. Okay? Because if the VIX gets up here and it can't get through highs, right? Well, if it can't get through highs, that means it's got to go the other way, right? Or sideways, which is fine too. Okay, but that's what I'm going to be watching this morning as a potential entry into the fill, or in the direction of the fill. All right, we've got a little bit of room. We've got a little bit of room. Okay, questions. Questions. Thanks, Edward. Snyder. I'm going to start calling you Snyder because of your name. Is that a niner I heard in there? What number did you call? Did I hear a niner? All right. Thanks, Idris. Like that, Tamika. All right. Okay, good session. Got a lot done. Very good. All right, we're in the clear for news. I mean, other than wars going on. I think it's kind of funny saying we're done with news for the day. Done with econ news for today. All right. Plenty of news going on. By the way, for everybody that asked and that has reached out and I haven't gotten back to you, my son is still in San Diego. Thank you for those that have reached out. I really appreciate that. That means a lot to me. But yeah, he's still in San Diego in school until June. So fingers crossed the whole thing will be over by then. But that is what he signed up to do. So if he does go, you know, God bless, and I hope he does his job very, very well. And keeps us all safe. So thank you for all those that have reached out. All right. Thank you for all those that have reached out. All right. Okay. Everybody good? Cool. All right. Thanks, Mr. Meek. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. That's right. Leave him out of it. You get a hold of Trump and say, hey, get this over because we don't want Jake going over there. Like, who the hell's Jake? Don't worry about it. Just get it done. Just get it over with. All right, Tyler, you got us?
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks very much. All right, take care, guys. We'll talk to you.
Thanks, Aaron. We'll talk to you this afternoon. All right, guys, we'll be back with Adidas today. Adidas and I will be trading live. Jordan's not able to make it today, so it'll just be Adidas and I trading live. And then this afternoon we have Trading the Game Show. So we'll be doing some Tradeify funding account giveaways and have a little bit of a trading trivia competition. So make sure you guys stick around for Adidas in just a little bit here before market open. We'll see you guys here in just a bit, so don't go anywhere. Good morning, everybody. We are back with the man Adidas. Adidas, how you doing this morning, man?
Hey, doing well, man. Doing well. How are you? How's everyone?
Doing good, doing good. It's been a good week so far. We've been able to catch some good wins throughout the week, and hopefully we can do it again here. It's
Yeah, absolutely.
not opening in my favorite place in the world, but we'll see how the day plays out.
Yeah, we have to kind of break this. I mean, ES still has a little bit of room left to the downside. If we can hold about the 68.10-ish area, I would say about 68.10. If we hold that, we'd probably retrace back up to the highs. If we stay below that, we're probably going much lower. So
Yeah, yeah.
all the way down to 700.
NQ is a little stronger than ES yesterday, and it kind of looks that way again today. NQ's kind of right in the middle of yesterday's bar. ES is a little closer to yesterday's lows. So we'll see. VIX is getting a push to a new high here pre-market as the markets are kind of getting a bigger pullback. So we'll see what happens. I do have ES. It looks like ES is going to open around some levels for me, but NQ is not really sitting near any levels. So we'll see. I'm going to probably stay patient and see how things play out for a bit. But
yeah, same here. I don't take a trade before open anyway. So I'm just watching VIX right now. Looks like we do have this short draw on the VIX. So it'll be interesting to see if we creep up here. So if we creep up on this short draw, possibly reject on the 618. So I'm looking to see how we react at 23.16. So I would look to long if VIX does get there. Look to long NQ around there. So a lot of prop firms have disabled gold.
yeah, no, when they
some good
disabled
money.
it though, they just disabled the minis, right? You can still trade the micros, or have they disabled it altogether?
On the ones I'm trading, except Lucid, like top one disabled gold.
Oh wow.
Like completely.
Oh wow. See, I thought it was just minis. I didn't realize they were doing the micros too.
Lucid still let me trade at least.
Yeah, I think that was Top Step. I felt like was such a kind of a dominant firm in the space, and when they started having all these changes. Obviously, they had leading up to it. They had all these all the Project X platform issues, and then gold started going on a tear. And I'm pretty convinced that they just had a lot of funded traders make a ton of money on gold and put them in a pretty tough spot. And I think that's what led to all these rule changes and stuff that they did. And now I've been seeing on social media, like I'm getting ads for Top Step, like paid ads. They never used to advertise. So interesting. I think it all shows that that's probably what happened. But
I mean, so Top Step actually ended up banning me.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I've taken, I don't know, maybe like 100K in payouts total with them.
Mm-hmm.
So I had a couple of XFAs, 150Ks. Each of them had about 8,000 or so. So they disabled my accounts for hedging.
Oh yeah, that's what they were started doing, right? Yeah.
So, but I mean, it's been over a month, and then I got an email that said that I'm basically banned. So for whatever, I don't know what's going on. Like essentially, like I mean, I had an easy 10K payout, right?
Uh-huh.
So I'm officially completely done with them after that.
How could you not be? I mean, now
it's insane.
You weren't, I would imagine, weren't like actually like attempting to hedge. Would be my guess. But
I think it was they sent me some examples of like hedging, and I'm like, dude, I wasn't being nefarious. Like
Yeah.
this, it's like a 20-second trade. It looks like, when you're hopping around accounts,
Yeah.
because yeah, so it
Mm-hmm.
was just kind of wild to see, and
Well,
it's been over a month.
they were even doing that to people. I saw there's one guy I saw that, yeah, they gave him that same email, and it was like he had a XFA that he had a trade open on, and then in a challenge, like not even on a funded account, just on a challenge, he like had like the same thing, like a 20-second trade in another direction or whatever, and they banned him for that. They clearly were just trying to do whatever they could to save having to pay these people out money.
Yeah, 100%. And I'm honestly pretty disappointed. I wouldn't be surprised if they start doing like coupons now
Mhm, yeah,
and things
discount
like
codes
that.
and stuff, uh-huh. They'll
Yeah,
they'll start bringing affiliates back, yeah.
yeah. I mean, like I get it, right? The rules are there. Like I understand. Like they have to make money, but when it's something like that, it's so much nonsense, man. It's like what the hedge made like $100.
Yeah,
You
100%,
know,
yeah. And so
so
they're looking to save, and I'm curious, obviously, well, we have market open here so we can kinda lock in, but I'm just kinda curious, obviously, I don't know how much money these props keep in reserves to pay people out, like, was it something that was so bad that they literally didn't have the money to pay these people out, or is it something that it's like, oh, it's going to affect our profit margin? And they're like, because if it wasn't like going to put them out of business, it's like, okay, freaking eat it and continue to run a good business and you'll be fine. But
exactly.
who knows?
All right, guys. I am longs here.
Palantir ripping out of the gate.
Well, missed that long. Great. This is tough. Now I don't have another entry.
Yeah, it's pretty big push out of the gate on the NQ here.
Yeah, I'll have to stay patient here. Actually, like quite a bit of a retrace from London.
Mm-hmm. Level at 68.38.75 on the ES. We traded it in the overnight session, but we didn't tag it. Since we opened New York, we kind of just went straight up here.
Okay, I'm gonna see. I guess if we get. Oh, okay. There's that short draw there. All right. Let's wait and see. We're coming up at this 618 long draw on the VIX. I wonder. I'm gonna wait for a 1 minute close to see if we can get above 100. If not, I'm gonna take that short. Short might be already playing out. Let's see.
I'm watching Palantir 155 calls.
All right, guys, I'm eyeing shorts here. All right, guys, I'm short 84, 20-point stop.
Wow, that's a heck of a push into VWAP here.
If I get stopped out on this one, I'm gonna switch long. But I need a little slight pullback. So basically,
Yeah.
if I get stopped out, a little pullback will go long.
I tried a couple Palantir at 199, 155 calls. This week expiration, so tomorrow expiration.
All right, guys, I'm stopped out. I'm looking at longs here. So I'm looking for a candle close above 100, pullback, and then long. Okay. Come on.
Palantir here, we're breaking over yesterday's high over a couple of levels I have here. It's just been a strong name since war broke out. And I think we can get up to 158s today potentially. It's a nice push there.
I haven't got it. I haven't got what I wanted here.
$155 just went in the money here.
All right, guys. So now I'm officially looking longs. Okay.
We're up about $53 a contract here on the Palantir calls.
Good stuff.
Yeah, nice quick move. Gotta like that.
Making sure this thing doesn't wick us down here before I get in. Just one more candle. Come on, give me a little bit more downside.
I do NQ level here. I have it 25105.75. Wouldn't shock me to see a little pullback. A little resistance here. First potential trim target on Palantir would be 155.99. It's the next upper level I have.
It's not wanting me to get in on this long.
It's just going. It's a strong 5-minute close.
It's like
We're up $75 a contract here.
You know what? I'm gonna short 105 here. 20-point stop. This looks like it's holding this fib draw. There we go. There we go. All right, guys, I'm taking a trim here at 78. Stops break even.
If Palantir gets up to the 155.99s, looking at the option contract chart, I'd expect the cons to be somewhere around 320.
Candle closed below 85, and we should see another 30. Let's see. All right, guys, taking a trim here. Let me see what I can get. 59. All right, I'm trailing this down. I'll be done with that one. Let's see what else we can find. I think that was like 40 you realized, 45.
Good stuff.
All right, all out. Okay, now I'm eyeing longs here. If we hold above 87. Look at that wick, what I called
Yeah.
10 minutes ago, right at that 618. Let's see if it keeps chopping.
Palantir saw a little pullback here, but a pullback into 153.86 that holds. I still like it. If we fade all the way back to the open, I may close it down. We'll see.
This one's getting. Oh wow, gold dropping.
Gold dropping. the initial reaction on the 2-minute here, how we got the wick holding the level and popped above the other 2-minute high here, but we'll see if this holds up and makes a move back towards the highs or not, but keeping an eye on it here. VIX is back at its highs, just making a new high here.
I'm just going to wait right now.
Chad, a little update on the game show that we were planning on doing this afternoon. TradeFi set up these accounts that we were supposed to trade on the game show. Well, they gave me 2 account logins that they're supposed to trade in the game show, and they were supposed to have accounts in the logins that we were able to trade on that were flagged that couldn't get payouts. They were just supposed to be just for the game show, right? And last week when I logged into the accounts and tried to set up the game show, the accounts weren't there, and so I ended up basically using coupon codes to activate them, but that's not what they wanted me to do, and so we're just trying to sort out the tech things. They asked if we could just meet Monday and get all sorted, so we may push the game show to next week, just since we're still dealing with some tech issues on that side of things. So if that's the case, what we'll do is we'll give away a couple TradeFi accounts here at the end of the live trading session. Whenever Adidas has to, a couple minutes before Adidas has to take off, we'll give away a couple 50K select accounts from TradeFi today to make up for it. We like the Palantir reaction there from 153.86 back over previous day's high. The cons went into about $20 worth of draw down there on the pullback. Nothing too bad.
I like how it just flipped.
Yeah, longs look good here. Palantir looks like it wants a new high. Cons back at 266 here, so up about $66. I'm gonna set a trim at 320 on the 155s. maybe about $120 of profit.
All right, guys, I'm eyeing longs here. All right, guys, I'm in at 87, long 87, 20-point stop.
I got NQ battling with this level right here, as you guys can see. A couple rejections here, but it looks like it wants to get over. We'll see.
You guys taking a trim here at 111. Stops break even. Took another trim there at 118. Going to trail the rest from 87. Got one more trim at 26. See if we hit.
Wait, I'll try a couple longs with you.
Whoa. Just happened there. All right, guys, that's 30 points. See if we can get my 26 trim. Boom.
Dang it.
Taking one more at 34.75. One left running. It's 50 points.
I did try some longs with you. I'm targeting 25,194 and potentially previous day's high. Starting to get acceptance over 25,105 here. Rejection here, and then a pop above. See if we'll get that fall through the next level. Palantir did make a new high here. Con's got up to 288. Didn't quite get to the level yet. I don't know if it'll get quite to 320. Don't do me dirty, NQ. Don't do me dirty.
Had 70 plus there, but I'm just letting this guy run, see if I can get 100.
I like it. I'm adjusting the trim on Palantir from 320 just to 3 even.
mean, that's 50 plus back to back. Let's see if we can get one more.
That's some gang activity right there, baby. Is it gonna get you to where you need on the top one payout?
I am with the top one. I do lower, so I need $300 more.
Okay. All right. Got the trim filled on Palantir right here. Let me pull it up so you can see. Con's at 305 here. Okay, we officially. Oh, no. Did we tag it? Yeah, we tagged the level to the tick right there. Con's never really got above 305 though, so happy I adjusted it from 320 to 3. Looking to hold the rest up to 158s, hopefully. If this level rejects though, we'd probably close the remainder at break even or so if we start to break down. Back below yesterday's high. NQ has gotten back above VWAP, above its levels. Once again, looking a little stronger than ES. ES is right at VWAP, still under it a little bit.
All right, guys, I'm taking this off. Okay, I got at 58 there. All right, let's try to find another trade.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Almost a target here on NQ. I have a trim set at 25189.75.
All right, let's get another leg of this.
Just looking to front run this level a little bit. Need another 7-8 points here. Come on. Give it to your boy. All right, boom. There's the trim on NQ. So we've gotten trims off on both Palantir and NQ here.
Dang, I wanted to get in long at 75. I couldn't get it.
The Palantir cons on this, oh, you can't really see it on. This pop right here did get to up to 323. My stops at break even on the remainder of any NQ that I have. Trading the NQ with Tradeify, by the way. Shout out Tradeify. Use code StockDads. They got 30% off right now. They've been a supporter of the stream, so we obviously want to support them.
They're the top prop firm by far, I feel like.
Yeah, right now. Yeah, I think so.
Mm-hmm.
Palantir seeing a little resistance, NQ seeing a little resistance, both here at their levels that I have. Let's see if they hold up or not. VIX did just make a new low.
Waiting for a pullback to 75. I'll take one more long, and that's probably it for me today. We can just pull back to the 70s so I can get back in.
You okay, you're looking for pullback 70s, okay. I'm okay with that. That doesn't stop me. I'm in at 135, so. The overnight opening price, like the Globex open, is at 156.
All right, I'm eyeing longs here. I want to make sure we just don't shut down below this 75. Give it a little time here. All right, I'm in long 75 here, 20 point stop.
Let's go tag yesterday's high up at 217. All right, Adidas. I want you to pick. Since you said you gotta go for the trade, I want you to pick your favorite. Don't tell us out loud, but pick your favorite number between 1 and 100, and chat. I want you guys. You can drop your guess. We're gonna give everybody only gets one guess. You only get one guess. The two closest will both win a trade of 550K select account. And you can go over. It's just going to be the two closest period. Two closest period. So Adidas, you pick your number. Whenever you're done managing your trade, you can DM it to me on Discord. So we got written proof.
Okay, yeah, I got it. I'll send it to you in a second.
Yeah, no worries. Do your thing.
I'm just watching this.
Yeah, I seen a little bit of a pullback here. Palantir contracts are down to about 242 here.
Ugh. Getting back in on this long at 60, 20-point stop. I didn't want to get wigged out on that. That's kind of annoying.
I know, and of course it's giving us a little pop here. It came back into came right back into that overnight open at 156.
There we go. Keep going.
Come on. I just got what?
Oh man, yeah, that's it for me. Try to get another leg of that.
Yeah, I got. I should have held it. I got stopped in profit there. I didn't change the number of my stops, so it flipped me short. I'm like, what's going on? Yeah, I got stopped in profit there on my NQ. Still holding the runners on Palantir. Still solid winning trade there. Any other guesses here before Adidas takes off? I only got 4 guesses here. Anybody else? Anybody else?
Whoever the closest gets it.
Whoever's the closest, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter over or under. Whoever's just the closest. Period.
Okay. Let me tell the guys in the Discord. You go on the YouTube, pick a number 1 through 100.
Yeah. That's cool. Yeah. Yeah. So they have a chance at it. That would be good.
You got 1 minute.
Is there even if they put it in the Discord, Adidas, if you could see it, okay, you sent it to me. Okay. Is there a Discord chat that they can even drop it in there so they don't have to?
Oh yeah, I guess
it's up to you. It doesn't matter. Whatever.
Yeah. It's all right. They can just hop in the YouTube real quick and
yeah. And even if you do need to take off to be somewhere, I have the number now. So
okay, all right. Well, hey everyone, have a good one. Killer day today. Didn't quite get to my 35K payout. I'll probably have to do it tomorrow. So yeah, have a good one.
All right, man. Yeah, thanks for coming on. Nice trades today. We'll talk to you next week.
Peace.
All right, guys. If anybody from Discord coming over, we'll give you guys another minute here. I'm going to stay on and continue to manage I actually just tried another little stab on NQ. Just this 2-minute got back above the overnight open. Smaller size on this one, but I'll continue to manage Palantir here too. If we get back below previous day's high on Palantir, which is so previous day's highs at 154.52. I have a level at 154.40. So if we get back under 154.40, a close under that, I'll probably just close that up. Cons are sitting at 233 with that little push down. But anybody in the coming over from Discord, if we got, let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got 6 guesses here. 6 guesses. I gotta do some math here. See who's the closest. We got. Okay. Guest. What do you mean by guest? Oh, so if you were in the Discord, so the question is, Adidas gave us a number, right? Adidas gave us a number 1 through 100. The 2 guesses that get closest, we're gonna give away 2 Tradeify accounts. So Wask, Omar, you guys can just drop a number 1 through 100. 2 closest are gonna get a Tradeify 50K select account. So just go ahead and drop a number. You only get 1 guess, 1 through 100. So pick the number you want here. I don't like that 2-minute on the NQ. It's a bigger pullback on Palantir here too. The Palantir cons are still up like $20. So if we get the breakdown that I'm talking about, we'll probably close them right around break even, the remainder. All right, Wask, Omar. Okay. Anybody else? Anybody else from that was watching in Discord? Anybody else? Joe, I would change it to 5, but I don't want to go through all my giveaways too quickly when not in the game show here. Come on, Palantir. Come on. Hold this level here. Palantir cons up $10 a con here. 5-minute close under 54.40s. We'll lock it down. Oh, you meant your number. Okay. I thought you were saying give away 5. Okay. All right. So Joe, your first guess was 34, and you want it changed to 5. We'll give you 1. You can confirm that. Just give me the confirmation that's still what you want. All right, let me do some math, make sure who's the closest here. Okay, so Joe's going with 5. I can't do that. You have to pick one. You gotta pick one. We're going. All right, so we got 28, 67, 34, 32. Let's make sure here. So, all right, we like the 2-minute reaction on Palantir there. It's another good reaction. Also, NQ in a little bit profit here now. Omar 25, Wask 86. All right, I think we got our guesses here. And I think I got my winners. All right, so I know who my two winners are here. All right, before we announce the winners here, I just want to point out real quick, guys. I'm always talking about my levels, right? How I just trade level to level, and I've explained how I find them from the hourly chart and stuff. But if you guys have been on the live streams with me, I mean, you've seen the reactions, but it's such a simple level formula, and it's just, I'm probably being a dead horse with this, but I just want to point out just like how accurate they tend to be, where the market will trade level to level from these, right? Like from the open, straight up into the level, couldn't get closes above it, pull back. Once again, straight up to rejection, couldn't get close above it. Then we get the pop, a little 2-bar that pulls down, bounces off it again, and then straight to the next level. That's where reject. The accuracy on these things day in and day out is awesome. So just something to keep in mind when I'm talking about the levels, to keep them in mind, because they work so well. But all right, here we go. We got our winners. Nobody else guessing? All right, so we got our winners are Adidas with the very creative number pick of 69. So that means Nick with the guess of 67 and Wask with the guess of 86. You guys are our two winners. Congratulations, guys. Joe, when you changed it to 5, my heart was breaking for you, because I know this guy too well. He was like, he's either going 6'7" or 6'9". Joe, before Wask guessed 86, you were the second closest with 34. So I was like panicking for you when you changed it to 5. But then when Wask guessed 86, he would have beat your 34 anyway. So your switch to 5 didn't actually affect anything too major here. So let's see. Wask and Nick, you guys are you guys both in the Discord? I just want to make sure you're both in the Discord so we can get a hold of you guys here. And if you are, just if you could drop your if you just drop, I could tell you to open a ticket and make Callan deal with it, but then he's gonna deal with it. If you guys just drop your Discord usernames in the chat here, I'll just send you a Discord DM, and I'll send you guys the coupon codes that you guys can use. And then if you go in and just go to like Tradeify to purchase a 50K select account, use the coupon code, and it'll give you it'll come up as $0, right? And just so you guys know, like my name in Discord is like Risk Life News, which is like my social media handle. But my like Discord username, I believe, is Ollie_100. So if you see a DM from that person, that'll be me. So, but let's see. Are you guys Nick H and Wask in Discord, or is it a different Discord username? Okay, perfect. Nickelodeon 24. That's good. I like that. Go to the main chat here. Just make sure for him. All right, cool. All right, guys, I'm gonna close the remainder of Palantir here. We're breaking down below that level. I also closed the second stab on NQ here, so I'm gonna go flat. All in all, still a green day for me. With the trims, caught the winner both on Palantir, and on NQ. Both were good quick winners. I'm not as green as I was by the second stab on NQ and letting the runners go into small red there, but overall both trades were still green. So good week. All 4 days green on the stream here for me. And Adidas had 2 or 3 good winning trades on stream today. Karen and Amar both had winning trades yesterday. Zach had the winning trade on Dave on Tuesday. Monday, who do we have Monday? Karen wasn't on cam, and we had Fuzz. Fuzz had some swings. He didn't really intraday trade too much because he had the swings that were all working out for him. But in regards to Stock Dads TV today, we were basically 4 for 4. Every trader that came on, your host, all of us, we all had winning days every day on stream. So that's awesome. Great stuff by the entire Stock Dads crew. Love to see it when it's a good week. And we're gonna step away here since I'm flat. I don't really see myself doing much of anything else. And we're gonna take a break. Aaron will be back for the nooner. NQ is back in the VWAP here. I don't know. Let's see. Ain't at the level. We'll see. Back over 105 on NQs maybe. So maybe we'll hang on a minute. But if it starts to break down, but anyway, just a great week all around from the stream, the Stock Dads crew, everybody. We will be off tomorrow from YouTube, so everybody will be doing their thing either in WAP or in the Discord, as you guys I'm sure know. I don't want to try to. We could do the game show, but I don't want to try to just like rig it up and get through it without the account set up. I'd like to do it where everything's like in lock, in place. So I have a meeting with Dan from Tradeify on Monday to hopefully get everything set up once and for all. I don't love the NQ behavior there. So, and ES is all the way back into the open. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna take another stab at this most likely. So yeah, we'll just wrap it there for today. Not entirely, right? We're back at noon. We're just gonna take a break. We're gonna wrap the live trading for right now. And then Aaron will be back for his nooner to wrap up the week. And we'll be back Monday, 8:15 a.m. So thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for hanging out, supporting everything, or supporting the stream. And we'll see you guys back here at 12 o'clock. Trade safe this afternoon. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Love you all. Talk to you soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back with the Nooner with Aaron to wrap up this week's live Stock Dads TV show. Aaron, go ahead, take it away.
What's up, everybody? How we doing? What's a good word? What's up, Mr. Wealth? Miss Tomika? What's up? What's up? Give everybody a minute or so. Interesting morning. Very interesting morning, especially going into tomorrow. And going into the afternoon. Waiting on this one little potential break here, and then we've got enough fuel built up. A nice little squeeze. Omar, what's up? Lyle, how are you? Give everybody another minute here. We got some people waiting. So, all right. Hope everybody had a good morning. Safe morning, profitable morning. Nice gap fills today. Get to it here in 1 second. All right, well, let's get started, guys. Okay, so starting off with the VIX. Now, look at what has happened, okay? And this is why it's important to understand how things work in our markets. So we're still in this larger short setup, right? We know that, okay? Remember, this is VX, the VIX futures. This runs inverse to the indices. This isn't VIX. But from these highs on April 9th to these lows on August 18th, that was our pullback, right? This was back in October of last year. All right, now this was November of last year, and this was yesterday, or I'm sorry, Monday. Okay, but look at what we've done here. So we bounced off of, we've got this massive long from lows, right? We know that. Okay, and this is drawn from these 1580s to these highs of 2490s. This is what's been being used to bid the VIX and sell the indices. Okay, bid the VIX, sell the indices. All right, now we came back down to this. Okay, we came back down to this support level. All right, this morning. So, or overnight. Who the heck is sending me thing? Okay. So we came back down here and we bounced. Right now, look what we've done. Okay. There's our short that led us down into that support level where we never hit the target. So that draw stays right there. Well, look at what we've done. We've come right back up to that. Now, here's our progression of measured moves leading us higher. Okay. Oop, come on. All right, coming out of these lows. Not that. Hang on. Tamika, what's going on here? All right. Okay, so coming out of these lows, follow our series here all the way back up. All right, so we had our lows here at 4 a.m. Okay, we had our pullback, right? So there we go. Okay, that hit its target. Then we had our next stair step right here. All right, and that was our halfway back on the day, right there. There's the target. We didn't get to it, did we? So we need this little worker bee move inside of this to continue our trend. Okay, see how we didn't hit this target? Right, what is that? 0.5, depending on how you round that. We could have come 2 ticks away, but still, we're going up in a series, right? We're going up in a series of stair steps. And then we hit our head at that resistance. So this would be our next stair step. Bam. Okay. 49, round down to 45, subtract a tick. 40. We just traded 35s. So we broke that. We broke our series of longs at a resistance level. Kind of gets you excited, right? So all we're going to do here then, since we broke that series, now there could be other support levels below us, but that means we can come halfway back. Okay, that means we can come halfway back. All right, so you'll see on the indices, they just broke that little worker bee move short. All right, so look where we are going into the afternoon and going into the rest of the week. Okay, and guess what? People that aren't on these calls and people that aren't in the know or educated enough, guess what we have built up a massive amount of this morning? Somebody tell me what we built up a massive amount of this morning with this sell-off. Anybody? Anybody? Yes, we built up a massive amount of fuel from people selling these lows on the indices, right? So if the VIX continues to fall, even falling back down into these 2190s, that all those people that were selling lows are going to be fuel for a run, okay? So we'll have to watch as we make this pullback down here. Now, of course, we can Fred Flintstone getting his car going, chop around up here. But not being able to get through these highs and then breaking this long is a big deal. Okay? So we'll see. If we do end up making a new high, great. Then, we'll have a different conversation. But what's going to be interesting here, really interesting, as we go into the afternoon, is if this is going to hold yet, right? If this is going to hold yet. Okay. And we'll see. We could make a double top. We could do whatever. But our series broke. There's number one. Here's number two. Right there. And then this would be number three. And that broke. Okay. So could there still be support down here? Absolutely. But the series broke. All right. We didn't have enough juice at the time, right, to get through those highs. There weren't enough buyers at that level, right, that want to buy volatility that expensive. All right. So we will see. Very interesting, right? Now, we're not out of the woods, obviously, but that series did break. Okay. So we'll see if we start to see some profit taking on the indices, and especially with all that fuel, would lift us higher. All right. I'm really curious to watch this. I have to go down to 5 minutes to watch it. All right. To see now if we start holding these and leading us back down. We'll see. Like I said, we could Fred Flintstone around getting his car going up here for a while. But we'll see if these shorts are going to defend. And those would lead us down, back down into potential support. All right. Now, a lot going on in the world, right? Who knows what reports could come out or whatever, and we could explode. But that's what price is telling us right now. Okay. That's what price is telling us right now. All right. Okay. Any questions? Thank you, Tamika. You got all the cool emojis. All right. Any questions? Anybody? Not giving up yet. Not giving up yet. All right. We are in an elevated VIX environment, obviously. Okay. So we are absolutely in an elevated VIX environment. Let me delete this. We're going to possibly chop around up here. All right. Right. Anytime we're in an elevated VIX environment, that just means more volatility, right? More volatility, but there we go. There's that larger time frame. Okay, so we will see. We will see. Okay. All right, so keep an eye out on this going into the afternoon. Now, if we go up somehow and we just explode and break these up here, whole different ball game, right? Then the VIX is going to explode probably and give us some opportunities. But that's where we're at right now. You could almost make the case, I'm kind of stretching here, but you could almost make the case that since we didn't hit this target, we could see how we didn't hit that. We could leave this right here, and that could be what is potentially holding us up, but we'll see. All right. Should be exciting either way, right? Should be exciting either way. We're still in overall longs, right? But we broke the series at a resistance level. So we'll see, right? We will see. All right, everybody good on that? Okay. All right, moving on. Now, our financials have been no help. All right, financials have been no help today. All right, we're still in these massive longs, right, from last October 16th to highs. We're still in that massive long, right? No doubt about it. Haven't broken it. But these shorts have not broken, right? So there's the long, or support. We'll call it support. And there's that short setup that we haven't been able to get through. All right, from the February 26th. Okay, February 26th to lows. Boom, boom, right? So we'll see. As long as bank is falling, right, that's still that headwind against the indices, like a boat anchor, right? Like a boat anchor. So any sort of indice rally, I mean, this is right in the middle of nowhere, right? Right in the middle of nowhere. Any indice rally, we're going to need to see the financials at least stop going down, right? We're going to need to see the financials at least stop going down. Okay. So there's bank. So we'll see. We're right in the middle of nowhere here. All right. So on the indices. All right. Here is what we've run into. All right. On the daily chart, we still have these lows from November 21st to our highs on January 13th. This did pierce by like a tick, a couple ticks. It didn't break on the S&P 500. All right. So keeping that in mind, right, we're still, go back. We've still got these shorts from highs. Let me put that 50% back on here. Okay, these highs to lows, right? January 28th, it's basically halfway back in the year. January 28th to March 3rd, yesterday. There's that resistance level, okay? But what we did today, all right, is we've made this pullback. This is the this is the VIX's pullback short. All right, right here. Okay, this is the VIX's pullback short, right there. Okay, and you can see we're bouncing off of it. Right, so we found support right there. Now we haven't broken any short setups. We did break the that smaller worker bee move here. All right, but we never got down to our target. Our target's down here at 67.99. Okay, so we've got, all we know right now is we've got support here and we've got resistance in this short setup. All right, so in order for us to turn around and lift off, right, VIX is going to have to sell off from here and keep going down. If it keeps defending and making higher highs, then the indices are going to make higher lows. Okay, but this right here, right, is this right here. Okay, so we will see. We will see, but you can see a scenario. If the VIX does start breaking more longs, then these indices could lift off, right? Let's see what we're doing here. Still trying to make that higher high. We'll see. Should be interesting either way, right? Should be interesting either way. Just keep an eye on those highs on the VIX, right? Keep an eye on those highs on the VIX. Okay, see this little worker bee here that broke right there? So could there be a long from lows? There could be. I'm not drawing it up. Right, as long as that hasn't rolled over yet. Okay, right back at resistance. All right, so we'll see. Okay, so there's the ES. Now the gap fill today was awesome, right? Or at least the half gap. I didn't think we were going to get the full, but shows you what I know. Okay, we had this support level, right, that we were bouncing off of. I think it's from here. No, where was it? It was from here. We had this support level we were bouncing off of, and the VIX was right at resistance, right? So what a great move. Now, we did open outside of 30 points, okay, here at 9:30, but that still gives us an edge to the half, all right? Now, I was surprised we made it all the way to the full, but great move. This was just based on the VIX, right, at resistance, okay, with the half gap fill above us and the ES as support. So bang, filled the half, bunch of profit taking, filled the full, and then the full has been slammed. So you can see that was the high probability, or those were the high probability trades of the day, and then just slammed, okay? All right, so great job if you got that. I know a lot of you guys did. I saw a lot of chitter chatter about people getting the half and or getting the full. So well done, I got the half. All right, I targeted the half. Okay, moving on, NASDAQ. Remember where the NASDAQ is. It's at this much larger long setup, okay? But it's also got this short from highs. January 28th, down here are our lows on February 5th. Right up there, hasn't broken that. Well, here's what we're watching on the NASDAQ, right? A little bit stronger today, okay? So we'll see. Again, if the VIX starts going through highs, we're going to start falling. Right? The VIX defends those highs, we could squeeze back to the top of the range. Okay, absolutely we could. All right. So just be careful in this mess. Right? Be careful in this mess right here. Okay. What is the VIX doing? Coming back up to highs. So we'll see if it can get through them. All right, we'll see if it can get through them or if we get a double top up here. All right. Okay. What's up, Mr. Paz? All right, YM and the Russells. Now think bank, right? With the YM and the Russells. They're the most sensitive to banks' movements. So when we look at the YM, now look where the YM is. Okay. Again, we're at this massive daily extension long. So if these break, you can see a scenario where we're making a halfway back pullback, which would be down around in here, from this high on February 3rd to our highs right there. Okay, so we're coming right back down to that, but we did not break the short. Same thing. See how all these shorts are holding, right? Because the VIX is holding longs, right? But right there from the 26th, February 26th to our lows on the 3rd, there's the pullback, right? And it has targets down there. Targets would break the extension long, that daily extension long, right? So any support on the YM down here, we're gonna need banks' help, right? We're gonna need help with the financials. Okay, absolutely. If the VIX keeps rising and bank keeps falling, it's just gonna keep being weak. It's just how it works. Okay. So there's the YM, the Russells, same thing. Now the Russells broke this little long it was in, but the Russells is in this great big pullback, right? And that's from these lows on November 21st to our highs. See down here, we still haven't gotten there, right? We still haven't gotten there. And the Russells has been kind of a mess up here, right? Just straight sideways. So we are coming back down to the bottom of the range. Okay, coming back down to the bottom of the range here. All right, so we'll see. If the VIX continues up, bank continues down, Russell's going to fall through. VIX can't defend highs, or VIX defends highs, it sells off, bank finds some support, Russell's is going to lift back off, possibly back to the top of the range. We're holding up pretty well in wartime here, guys. We can't really complain too much, right, on how things are holding up, right, during wartime. So That's what we're looking at on the indices. Get up there. There we go. There's going to be some serious opportunities here, guys. We just got to be patient. All right. There's going to be some serious opportunities here. All right. Nothing goes up or down forever, right? Indices love to back and fill all the way. Okay. What the hell is this line? Oh, I have that. Oh. All right. So we'll see. Okay. Now the VIX has traded those 23.12s or 23.15. Did it trade? We traded 23.10. So we'll see. Where is, let's mark this high. Let's mark this high here. All right, so it's now officially traded, there's 23.15s or 23.10s. All right. We're in VIXplosion territory, guys. There's no doubt about it. Okay. We're just trying to identify if we are going to turn where that's going to come from and what needs to break. All right. So we'll see. Last time we were up here, remember? Big opportunities. So we'll see. We'll see. Like I said, exciting either way. Exciting either way. All right. Any questions? VIX Bank indices as to where we are? Anybody? Anybody? Everybody good? Okay. All right, moving on. Bitcoin making its pullback. All right. So Bitcoin had this pull. Remember, we've got these much larger resistance levels above us. Okay, remember this? All right, we had our pullbacks. Those went into extension longs. They bounced and then failed. Okay. Had this defense right here, lifted off, and then failed. Okay, so could we come halfway back? Yes, we could come halfway back. Now, what we're watching that could get in the way of our halfway back would be from these Tuesday's lows to highs. Okay, just the next measured move in a series. And we don't know that's going to be there yet. We have to watch it. But that's what we're watching for as a potential next support level. Okay, if that breaks, obviously we're just coming halfway back. All right, now I'll show you on spot, but Bitcoin's got room to the upside. It absolutely does. Now, again, we're crazy things going on in the world, but we'll see. Okay, but it's behaving like a risk asset. Okay, it's behaving like one of the indices right now. Okay. All right. Okay, so moving on, let's look at spot. Every time I say that, I think I'm like a dog comes to mind. Let's look at spot. Okay. All right, so here we go. Okay, so remember where we are here, because there could possibly be just insane like retirement opportunities here. Where'd you guys go? Hang on real quick. Okay, there we go. All right. So on spot, this is what we're looking at. Okay, get rid of all this. There we go. All right, so on our weekly chart, right? If you look back at 2021, 2022, okay, our last winter, all right, there was our highs November 21st or November 15th. No, it wasn't. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. Sorry. Oh, I'm on the weekly. So the week of November 15th. All right. Eventually, this is a weekly chart. We had extensions. Those extensions broke and we made this pullback. And we only made it into a 38.2 before we finished off the winter. Okay. So when we fast forward to today, you can see that there wouldn't be anything surprising about us making this pullback, right? These extensions broke, all right? They broke. Absolutely they did. All right, so that tells us that we can make this squeeze into that resistance. Now, how are we going to identify resistance? Well, longs will break. Right, same thing as we always do. Okay, so you can see those resistances. That 38.2 is up here at 85. All right, there's our pullback. We went into our extension, it broke. So the most aggressive we could get would be from these lows. All right, be from these lows. If those break, obviously we're just making this pullback. All right, we don't know we're going up in a series yet, so we got to watch. Okay, so that's what we're looking at on Bitcoin. Again, if we do start to trend higher like this, and we get up into resistance and we see it break, we see the longs break, just like we did way back here in October, right? When the longs broke, right? And we were able to sell these first pullbacks, right? It was right there. I think I got in like on the, yeah, like at the end of the month, I got in like somewhere in here. But look at these opportunities, right? And then look at what's happened. So we could get another chance up here, and you can add, as long as your average fill is above this 61.8, right? And if we break longs, that's a big opportunity, guys. Not only are we going down to 44, our ultimate targets are down to 33.5, 32.5, or September, October of this year, right? So there could be some big opportunities here. I mean, you can even trade this counter trend if you want back up into this resistance. Okay. All right. Okay, stocks. What would you guys like to see? Do something here. Hang on real quick. What stocks would you guys like to see? Okay. I'm gonna wipe my nose. Anybody? Any stocks? Any stocks? It's funny when the markets are going down, nobody wants to look at stocks. Anybody? Little dip into highs on the VIX, little dip into lows on the indices. We'll see if that lights a fuse. All right, no stocks? Okay, fine, guys, fine. Okay. There we go. Okay, crude oil. Take a wild guess, right? Doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure this one out. Our chance of a rate cut, right? Energy higher, stuff's going to cost more, blah, blah, blah. All right, but here's the series that we're in. Okay, we have this extension long that we've been in for a while, from our highs on January 29th to our highs on March 3rd. There's the pullback, right? There's the target up there at 80.69. Now, inside of this, here's our measured moves, right? There's our long. Broke it the first time, but then made a new high. So we can add it to that new high, right there. So we're at that target. So the big thing that we're going to watch is when we get to these 80.69s, do we go through them? There'd be nothing surprising about it going through them. And then we can draw another highs to highs and see if we can catch that pullback. If we get to these 80.69s and roll over and we start to see profit taking, we're just going to go same anchor, new high, right? Because we already know then that that extension is valid, right? Because we've already traded it once. Okay. So we'll see, but just flying right now. It did do one thing here. I'll zoom out even more. There we go. It broke this short. We got through it. This short that's been above us, which seems like forever, right? That we traded into and sold all the way back down. We pierced that. Okay, we pierced it. So there we go. So we'll just keep trailing up in these extension longs, right, until they fail. Okay, remember on the huge time frame, right? We're in this larger long, targets at 159. Right? We've been defending this for the dawn of time, it seems like. All right. So that highs to lows right there broke. All right. Now again, very geopolitically driven. Excuse me, we'll just go off what price tells us. Okay, you can see we're hitting this little worker bee profit target right here. We could follow this guy up if we do make a pullback before we get to those profit targets. All right, yeah, gas is gonna creep up for sure. All right, thank goodness for my Kroger points. Okay, all right, crude oil. Now, gold and silver. All right, gold and silver are not immune to this dollar strength trade we got going on. All right. Remember, that's going to affect anything priced in US dollars. Okay, so we just confirmed that short above us. Okay, so we are going to make this pullback. All right, and this pullback's a big one from February 2nd to March 2nd. Okay, this is the first pullback after we broke shorts. This is 100% normal, right? Traded support, broke the short right here, and here comes our pullback. Okay, here comes our pullback. All right, how do we confirm that? Well, because we didn't break through the short from highs, and then we just broke that long from lows. So there could be an entry into this short from highs to lows right there. There could be an entry into that short if we don't get down here first. All right, then we're at the bottom of a range. Okay, so we'll see if we get this little pullback or not. All right, but this might be a gift, guys. These 49.27s, this might absolutely be a gift. Okay. All right, so there we go on gold. Silver just dancing around. Okay. Silver's got this massive long, right? But it never broke the short. Gold broke this pullback. Okay. Silver has not. All right. Silver did not break that. Okay. And that's drawn from January 29th down here to February 2nd. All right. It didn't break that. Haven't hit the target, which is right here. Made this pullback, didn't hit the target. So just leave it right there. Came right to it, right? But this long from lows hasn't broken. That's acting as support. See it? So we've traded this short, but we haven't broken that long. But what we are doing, which isn't great, okay, is we're holding short setups, right? We're holding short setups on the way down. Right, here's your series. Right, there, right? We're holding short setups. So we're trapped right now between this larger long setup down here, okay, and this little short up here. So we'll see. Hopefully we can hold these longs while gold gets its act together and makes its pullback. Because if gold makes that pullback, where did it go? I just put it, oh, there it is. Okay, if gold makes this pullback and silver is still holding longs and gold starts to lift off, then it's like, okay, then we've got that retractable leash scenario with silver. All right, because it won't let gold get too far away before that retractable leash hits. All right, so you can see this is getting kind of sloppy in here. Getting kind of sloppy in there. See, it broke that, broke that, broke that, then it broke the long. So a little bit sloppy in here, but there's your resistance, there's your support. Okay. Again, if this can hang out and hang on until either dollar weakness or gold gets to that pullback and bounces, then it should be in good shape. All right, so on to the dollar. Now the dollar, we're potentially getting in a dollar wrecking ball scenario here. Okay, the VIX has traded those highs now, so we'll see. All right, dollar wrecking ball, meaning once the dollar starts screaming higher, puts a headwind against everything priced in US dollars, including the indices. Okay, so here's the long from February 5th to highs, right? There's the extension on DXY. Now this isn't the dollar, but this is dollar strength when it goes up. And you can see we've now broken our opposing move, right? So there we go, all dollar strength. All dollar strength. As if this continues, guys, this could get ugly. All right, this could get ugly. All right, here's the dollar yen, right, in an uptrend from February 26th to highs on March 3rd. Pierced that barely by a pip. We're not going to get too excited because we then broke the opposing move, right? So we're just watching for these pullbacks here. But this is all dollar strength. I mean, this thing's going up in a series. That's super aggressive, right? That is super aggressive right there. All dollar strength. I mean, it's just dollar strength across the board. All right, here's the euro. All right, now the euro is in these massive potential, got to go out further, I know that, potential extension longs. And I'd love to get into these, okay, but not quite yet. From February 6th to our highs on January 26th, February 6th of 23 to January or to February of this year, that's the pullback right there. But see how we haven't broken shorts? Haven't broken short setups, have we? There's that extension from February 5th to lows that's holding. Did not break. All right, so there's our support, right? And there's your resistance up there. So we need to see this lift off for any sort of dollar weakness that would give any sort of reprieve to everything priced in US dollars. Okay, so if this we continue in this dollar strength, right? If we continue in this dollar strength, VIX continues up, bank continues down, that is no bueno. No bueno for the broad markets. And basically anything priced in US dollars. Okay? All right, so now the VIX has traded this high. There we go. Okay, so it's traded its high inside of its pullback. And it hit the target. Okay, so now let's revisit. And it's getting popped, right? It's getting popped when it got up there. So boom, 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 we've hit this target now. So now let's go from this low, this 1045 low, highs, that'd be our next stair step right there. All right, so that would have to break. All right, that would have to break. So keep in mind, guys, two things. One, if we get a VIX explosion, don't try to pick a bottom on the indices at all. And a VIX explosion, you'll know it. It ain't going to sneak up on you, okay? It's going to look like this, right? And it takes off, absolutely takes off, okay? So now we're back at these highs, right? We're back at these highs from November of last year. Or no, I'm sorry. We were back at those highs. Now we're back at these highs from all the way back from yesterday, right? We squeezed right back into that. And remember, yesterday we sold off from them. Yesterday we sold off from them. All right, that was that big sell-off and rally yesterday. So we're right back there. Let's get rid of this guy. Okay, so there we go. So that's the next long in our series right here. You follow this up. There was number 1. There was number 2 that didn't hit its target. Now it's hit its target. So here would be number 3. All right, just be safe. VIX is still green. VIX is still rising, right? Not the time to be trying to snipe the bottom. If you do, great. Congratulations. I'll give you those bragging rights. Okay. So break of this little guy, let's see, 62, 60, 55. All right, so we'd need to trade 50. We would need to trade 50. There we go. Okay. All right. If we get through these highs, guys, I'm telling you, heads up. Right? If we get above these 54, 55, 60s, if we break these 60s up here and we trade 65, there ain't nothing stopping us until we get all the way up to 24.90. That's not bueno. That's no bueno. That's not good. You'll see us take off. Okay, we've seen it before, right? It will rip, and the indices will waterfall sell off. Okay, so we'll see. Big, exciting turning point. That's a dip into highs, and if we close red, right, market participants could see that as a failed breakout. Okay, failed breakouts obviously a lot more common than a breakout. I hope you guys still don't trade breakouts on futures. All right. So we'll see. Exciting stuff. Okay. Did the ES break? No, it did not break that long. Even if the ES breaks this long, right, and the VIX doesn't break the short, the VIX leads. What's bank doing? Trying to get a little wild HARE right there. All right. Just a wild week, guys. Wild week, right? Most volatility we've seen in a while. I mean, considering there's a war going on, it's not a surprise. All right. Any questions about anything we talked about or about what's going to happen? Don't ask me what's going to happen because I don't know. Crystal ball's in the shop. All right. Congrats if you got the fill this morning. That was awesome. That was an awesome gap fill. 2 days in a row, right? 2 really nice gap fills in a row. All right. Thanks, Mr. Paz. All right. Anybody? Okay, cool. All right. Just don't, just let price tell you what's going on, right? Let price tell you what's going on. Okay. All right. Just got that VIX pop. Yep. Yep, we did. I don't know. You guys might see, we'll see, right? Keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on that. Okay. Shorted ES on that VIX pop. Gotcha. We'll see if we can get through. We'll see if we can get through. Not as of right now. First thing we would look for a reversal, number one would be a 15-minute bar close red on the VIX, 15-minute bar close green on bank. That's the first thing we would look for. All right. Okay. What's our dollar doing? We getting any dollar love here? Yeah. Really? Okay. All right. Things could get wonky, guys. Things could get wonky. All right. Any other questions, guys, or anything? Nope. New high. Well, no. Almost new highs on the VIX. Almost. This is how they start. You'll see it start to get volatile like this, like pop, 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 and then it just takes off. We'll see. We'll see. Again, crystal balls in the shop, but that's just past. History doesn't repeat, but it rhymes, right? So, all right, guys. Tyler, you got us?
Yes, sir.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, everyone. Have a great afternoon.
Thanks, Aaron.
See you guys. Oh, reminder, tomorrow we're on WAP, guys. Tomorrow morning we're on WAP.
Yep.
All right, thanks, Tyler.
All right, thanks, Aaron. All right, thanks, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for hanging out with us this week. It's been a really good week. Hopefully it was for you guys as well. We'll be back next week, 8:15 a.m. on Monday. So we'll see y'all there. Hope everybody has a good Friday, good rest of your day today, and we'll see you, and also a great weekend. So love you all. Peace.